watercolor. The colorful style of contemporary jazz.
Welcome. We'll go through pretty quickly, but it will be informational because we have some new things going on this time. If you participated in this contest before, if you haven't participated, hopefully I can cover everything to where you are feel like you're prepared for the day. So welcome, this is the 2017 West Virginia Bridge Design and Build Contest statewide finals. Congratulations, you've made it. So I'm Andrew Nichols, I'm a faculty member in engineering here at Marshall University, and I'm happy to try to get through this and welcome you all. First thing I wanted to do though is introduce the advisory board members. So we have a committee of 5 people who work on this. I've got them listed here in a minute. Then we're going to go quickly through some team introductions. Then I'm going to go through the agenda, talk about live streaming and some of the extra activities that we have for the parents, siblings, guardians, teachers that came along with you. So I'm sure everybody is most familiar with Casey Bowden. So Casey is she's on the advisory board committee. She welcomed you when you walked in the door, but you probably saw emails or received phone calls from her if you didn't get registered in time for the event. We also have Jennifer Dooley. Jennifer, she works with the West Virginia Department of Transportation, so they are one of actually the main and the big sponsor for this contest. We also have Ryland Music here from the West Virginia Department of Transportation. I'm Andrew Nichols, and then we also have Alex Riston. Alex, yeah, there's Alex. So Alex is new to our advisory board this year. We like to include at least one high school or one teacher on the advisory board committee to kind of help us reach out and attract more students and more schools to this contest. So we're very appreciative of the advisory board members. So the next thing I want to do is go through and welcome each team. I want to get through this a little bit quickly, so we won't I would rather not clap for each person as they stand up, but just so everybody knows what schools are represented and who your competition is going to be, I'm going to go through, and as I announce your name, just stand up and wave. So first we have Garrett Ferguson, team name 7 Salamanders. Welcome. Frankfurt Middle School. Next we have Calamus, Maximus Yang, and Kalia Yang from John Adams Middle School. You guys here? Stand up, wave. We've got some people in there that are making some last-minute bridge repairs, so they might be in there repairing. And now that I'm reading this, I see where the name Calamus comes from. Kalia and Maximus. We have Pro Bridges, Dominic Rodolini and Samuel Peck. Back here, just one of you here? He's repairing. So they were here last year, so the ones that have the badges, the 2016 finalists, means that they're a repeat this year. And so we've got a few of those here. So this is all the middle school division. Next we have Puppy Duck, Alina Makoviak. She here, there she is. She's also returning from last year from St. Francis de Sales. R&B, Rachel Fama and Bella Sadler. You guys here? Oh, they're standing over there. Welcome back again. Next we have Snowstorm 04, Hayden Poole and Wyatt Napier. Any Snowstorm 04, any significance? Just sound like a cool name? Okay. So welcome. Tim Sensational, Charity Lundberg, and Lily Harrison. So I was convinced that you guys had misspelled your team name, but I was reassured that you entered it that way multiple times, so it was no typo. Welcome. So Mountain Ridge Middle School. Next we have the Portals, Jeremiah Blackwell and Aiden Yost from Edison. Welcome. Turtle Squad 3.0, Justin Dargo and Hunter Hall. So they're also returning from 2016, St. Francis de Sales. WV Beasts, Nathan Calvert and Evan Rose. Are those your sunglasses from last year, or we did them this year?
Just this year.
Edison Middle School, welcome back. Middle school, last team in the middle school divisions. We have 11 teams in the middle school. We have Zaxon, Grayson Phelps, and Zach Lowe. Welcome. I'm sure you can figure out where their name come from. So it seems like the merging of first names and last names seems to be a trend in middle school. Mountain Ridge Middle. So we have 19 teams competing in the high school division. So 2v2 US or 2v2 us, Kayla Gibson and Brandon Wilfong. Back here in the back, all the way from Pocahontas County High School. I think this is the first year we have any teams from Pocahontas County High School, so welcome. Bob the Builder, Courtney Keller, and Amanda Lane. St. Albans High School, welcome. Bridges Are Us, Tanner Ekstrom and Levi Olberg Bogus.
Hey, they got it right.
St. Albans High School. I didn't even have to ask your teacher. Builders Hut, Luke Van Blaricom and Braxton Justice from Pikeview High School. One of you here?
Yeah.
Are you Luke or Braxton?
Luke.
Did I butcher your last name?
No, not too bad.
Okay. I apologize if I did. Poison Engineering, Colson Glover from Greenbrier East. Okay. Oh yeah, I see his name here, so hopefully he's on his way here now. Double Trouble's back, so as you can tell, they're back. So they were here from last year. Roxy Morris and Kaylee Nichols from Summers County. Welcome. Back. Duckman Destroyers, Taylor Smith and Drew Lane from St. Albans High School. Welcome. Ed Ray, Mark Jordan from Pocahontas County High School. You trout fisherman? What? Are you trout fisherman?
I have.
Okay. Yeah, I only know Ed Ray because of the trout fishery hatchery there. Eight Rivers Wolfpack, Brady Jones and Jacob Heiss, also from Pocahontas. So Pocahontas seems to be a theme this year. Imagineers, Summer McElwain from Greenbrier East High School, just snuck in. Welcome back. Nice Dynamite, Emily McElwain and Kat Ziegler from Greenbrier East High School. Welcome back. Phoenix, Heather Hicks, St. Albans High School. Welcome. Shanks Shining Shoutouts, Lauren Pack and Lexi Garensway. They're here. Okay, excellent. So she won't know if I butchered her name. SkyMax, Thomas Tincher from Sherman High School. See him here? Oh, there he is. Back there in the back. Okay. Welcome. Space Bridge. So Space Bridge is one of our teams that's not here, so I'm not going to attempt to pronounce the name. From Greenbrier East High School. Steel Rake, George Hess from St. Albans High School. He's in the repair. Okay. Repairing. Unicorn Wizard, Lindsay Jarvis from St. Albans High School. Okay. Welcome. Be Supreme, Andrew Turner from Greenbrier East High School. Welcome. And last but not least, We Still Got It, Nikki Zinzawadia and Alyssa Christensen. Welcome back. All right, so those are our 11 middle school teams and 19 high school teams. All right, so I think 8 minutes in, so I'm on good track. So starting at 9:30, we will get into the competition round. So the middle school is what color shirts? You guys are blue. So if you have a blue shirt on, you're going to work on balsa testing. So when I'm done here, you're going to stay in this room and I'm going to go over the rules for balsa testing. If you're in high school, you are going to be working on the bridge design. So you're going to be going upstairs, go up the stairs in the atrium, turn right and go down the hallway and you'll see a sign for the room. So that round will last 2 hours. So at 11:30, you should be done with that. Between 11:30 and noon, we want you to pick up your box lunch. The box lunches will be set up out here in the atrium and come in this room. So you can eat in this room. So don't tell anybody. You can bring your food and eat in this room. WVU has their steel bridge team that is going to give a presentation about kind of a competition that they did if you were here last year. It'll be a similar presentation, but only about their bridge that they built this year. And then we're going to have a demonstration of them constructing a steel bridge in the same room where the balsa testing is going on, which is down the hallway here. So at 1 o'clock, we will have round 2 of the competition. So the middle school will be going upstairs for the bridge design. The high school team will come to this room for me to go over the rules for the balsa testing. One of the extra events that we have this year is concrete bowling. I'll talk about that here in a minute. But at 3:30, we're going to have the concrete bowling championship. And then the awards dinner is going to start right at 4:30. But our expectation is on the way over to the Student Center, which is where the awards dinner is, concrete bowling is in a field on the way there. So we're hoping everybody goes there at 3:30 for the concrete bowling championship. As soon as that's done, you go on over to the Student Center, because at 4:15 we have a magician that's going to start entertaining you at 4:15. Then we're going to start releasing tables to get their food at 4:30, and then he's going to perform while you guys are getting your food and while you're eating. So location, just so you know where everything is. Again, the balsa testing. So everybody's been in the balsa check-in room. The balsa testing is on down the hallway in a large lab. You can't miss it. That's open to anybody, so anybody can go down there and watch it live. We have some chairs down there. There's also a viewing area up above. Bridge design, again, is upstairs in room 2121. So that is students only, so we don't want any parents up there around the bridge design room. Restrooms are located on each floor just off of the atrium on the back hallway from where we are here. Lunch, again, pick up your food in the atrium, bring it into this room to eat. The steel bridge demonstration will be in the same large lab where we're testing the balsa bridges. One of the extra activities that's open to anyone is the Minecraft and bridge design room. So if you go upstairs directly across from the restrooms, across from the vending machines, that's room 2241. So we have Minecraft set up there as an activity, as well as bridge design for non-competitors, and I'll explain that here in a minute. Again, that's open to everyone. Concrete bowling, if you cross the street here and walk across the sidewalk, you will eventually get to Buskirk Field, and then you'll be able to see the concrete bowling set up. Again, that is open to anyone. And then we have dinner. So last year, if you were here last year, dinner was upstairs. This year it's down in the basement, which used to be a bowling alley, coincidentally. But anyway, so the student center basement, and that is across campus. So you can still park here. I assume everybody parked out here. You can walk over there and then walk back rather than trying to find a parking place over there. It's not that far of a walk. So we are live streaming this event, which is why Shehu up here is standing up and trying to record everybody. So we have a YouTube live stream. So if you wanted to send it to anybody at home, if they go to YouTube and Google or search on YouTube the word RahallTransportation, all one word, the live stream should be the very first thing that pops up. And we'll keep it active all day, but if there's nothing going on, then we will just have the agenda showing up there. But it should be continuously active. We're also going to be streaming this in the balsa lab in the large monitor there. We're going to have it on the monitors in here, and then there's also computers in the hallway where we're going to have this live stream going. So there are activities for all. So we're going to, after we're done using this morning, we're going to consider this the lounge, so you can feel free to hang out in this room all day long if you want. We will turn off the lights and lock the doors at 10 o'clock tonight, so not all day. The only thing we ask is that you do not go around the bridge design room upstairs, 2121. You can go down to the lab and watch the balsa bridge testing live, not only when your student is going, but anytime. You can watch the live stream from this room, the hallway computers, or on your own device. You can browse the internet, so the computers, there's 2 computers down the hallway here that have chairs around them and a keyboard and a mouse. If you go up to the 2nd floor and up to the 3rd floor, there's computers there as well. So those are connected to the internet. If you just want to browse the internet or watch the live stream, feel free. Again, you can go to the Minecraft bridge building room, do the bridge design in that same room. We have the engineering scavenger hunt and the concrete bowling. So the engineering scavenger hunt, there's a form out on the registration desk that you can pick up. You can work. There's 1 prize for the winner. So if you work as an individual, you get the entire prize all to yourself. If you work with 20 people, it's acceptable. If you write all the names on the sheet, you've got to split that prize among 20 people. So you can kind of pick what sort of team you want to work in. And again, this is open to everybody. Let's see. Yeah, the form is on the desk. The completed registration form has to be turned back into the registration desk by 3 o'clock. So 3 o'clock is your deadline. Everything should be able to be completed within this building, with the exception of 2 items. 1 item, you're going to have to walk straight out the end of this building to the building next door, which is our engineering lab building. So you have to go in there. And then the other one requires you to inspect a parking meter out in front of that building. So we have a parking meter out there that has pink and white ribbon around it. That is part of one of the scavenger hunt items. It does involve some measurement, and read the instructions. You are allowed to use the internet as part of that assignment. So concrete bowling. So this is, again, a new event. So after you walk across to Buskirk Field, we have 3 bowling lanes set up. So each person gets to participate 1 time, and we're going to score that effort. There is a general information sheet at this registration table, or if you walk over there, they have the general information there. We have some volunteers over there, and each lane you have a bowling ball that's made out of concrete, and you have 10 bowling pins that are set up. And it's set on a slope because concrete bowling balls are just as heavy, if not heavier, than regular bowling balls. But they do roll. So these are bowling balls that both Marshall University's civil engineering students and WVU Tech's civil engineering students made these as part of a competition that they compete in every spring. So they had to, if you ever poured concrete, you can imagine how hard it would be to make something round out of concrete. So you will appreciate that after you go and pick up and use the bowling balls. So you're going to go to lane 1, you'll bowl twice, and normal bowling rules apply. So the first time, if you knock them all down, you get a strike. So that would be worth 15 points. You get 1 point for each pin you knock down, plus if you get a strike, you get 5 additional points. If you knock them all down in 2 throws, you get the points for the pins, plus 3 points for picking up the spare. So you're going to go through and do that for all 3 lanes. So the maximum score you can get is 45 points. So if I see any scores written down that are over 45, then somebody's not following the rules. But the judges are going to be recording your name, your score for each lane, and your total points. And so this qualifying round for concrete bowling will start at 9:30 as soon as we're done here and last until 3 p.m. So 3 p.m. we'll tally the scores, figure out who our top 4 finalists are, and then those 4 finalists will try to track you down somehow. Or hopefully if everybody just goes over there at 3:30, we can yell out your name, and you 4 will go through and bowl again on the same 3 lanes in order for us to identify the winner. So they're not all, so this is kind of a combination concrete bowling, miniature golf course. So they're not all nice and straight, roll the ball down the hill. You are rolling down a hill, so you have the benefit of gravity helping get the ball to the bottom. But some of them you're going to have to play some angles to get around trees and shrubs and other things. So it might sound easy, but it's going to be quite challenging. Anything else I need to say about concrete bowling? Yeah. So students, if you're balsa testing, so if you're a contestant, obviously you're not going to be able to go do this during your design because you're going to be up in the computer lab the whole time. But if you are doing your balsa testing, we have a schedule. You have a set time that you're supposed to do your balsa testing. So don't be over there while you're supposed to be balsa testing. If you're towards the end of the balsa testing, maybe go over and do the concrete bowling beforehand, or if you get done with your balsa testing and want to go try to do the concrete bowling then, just make sure you don't miss your balsa testing window. That is much more important than the concrete bowling. Minecraft bridge building, again, this is not, there's no prize, this is just more for fun for whoever wants to do it, but we do have a specific world in Minecraft that we want you to go to, and we have instructions up there as to how to port to this particular world and this location, but we're just looking for creative bridges. And last year we just took these and put them as part of the finals presentation just to show the creativity of some people in Minecraft. But then again, that's upstairs across from the vending machines on the 2nd floor. One thing I wanted to mention before I get here, so bridge design, we are slightly changing the bridge design this year if you've been a finalist in previous years. Previous years we've had 2 rounds of equal length. This year we have an endurance round and a speed round. So the first round is going to be an endurance round where there's a lot more constraints involved, so you're going to have to be a little bit more creative with your design, and it's going to last for 75 minutes. And then we're going to do the 15-minute break, and then you'll have a speed round, which is only 15 minutes. So we're changing up how we're going to evaluate you to kind of level the playing field and truly try to figure out who our best bridge designers are. Other thing about bridge design, we don't want any cell phones in the room. So if your parents are sticking around, you can give them your cell phone. If you need to hold on to it, you can just set it on the table up front when you first walk into the room for your bridge design. So chaperone, so you drop your student off and we always get the question, can we leave? Do we have to stay here all day? You do not have to stay here all day, but just realize that your student could be, your student who's here with you could be crossing 3rd Avenue here. There is a crosswalk out here, and whenever the walking person shows up, that means the traffic is stopped on 3rd Avenue and you can cross the street. So make sure you cross legally out here, but still, some people blow through this signal, so just because the walking sign comes up, still look both ways before you cross the street. Here you don't have to look both ways since it's a one-way street. Just make sure you look that direction. What's that? Yeah.
I've seen it happen.
That's true. So you are permitted to leave. You can come and go as you please. Just make sure that hopefully you come back at least for the award ceremony. Anything else you want me to say about that? About the? Okay. Well, I'll let you go ahead, and then I'll do what we're going to do right now.
Okay.
Yep, I told them for the scavenger hunt, they'll have to go in the building next door.
Okay, so just a couple of things. I'll reiterate what Andrew said. I'm very diligently, we have some volunteers watching across the street today. Please know that your students are leaving this building throughout the day if you're not staying here with them. We do have someone watching, so make sure you're pushing the button and only crossing when you're supposed to. We'll have a crosswalk monitor from time to time, so please do that. Little random, well, number one, we're here to have fun. So have fun today. That's what we're here for. It's competitive, but it's fun. So But the name of the game today is time. You're going to see us sticking as close to time schedule as possible. You saw we started this on time. We're doing that because we want to cram in as much fun as you can possibly get today. Random fact for you, because some people keep asking me, does anyone have their pen out? We hold it, this little fuzzy pen, everyone says, this is so cool, what is this? It's an ink pen, the bottom of it is a stylus, and the top of his hair is a screen cleaner. Just random tidbit information that you needed to know, right? Building maps, some folks are like, where's this room, where's that room? There are building maps out of the information table. There's a large scale map out in the lobby as well that shows you every room and is labeled. Everybody's looking at their pens now. That's okay, you can look at all those later, sorry. So that you know what room numbers you're going to today. One thing we did not do at check-in, and I'm asking for you to be diligent about, is swing back by registration and let someone up there know how many guests your team brought today. When students will know I asked you to register your guests, so you told me ahead of time, here are my guests and here are their dietary restrictions. Please stop by and let them know actually how many guests are going to be here today, because I know things happen and not everyone shows up, or oops, I didn't know my sister wanted to come and she came with me anyway kind of thing. Just let them know how many guests you have so we can account for that. Know that we have made note of your dietary restrictions. By all means, if you have a dietary restriction, evaluate what we're serving at that meal, and if there is an issue where you're worried that it may be something you shouldn't or can't eat, come and let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate. But we should have accommodated, for the most part, most people's dietary restrictions. That's it, unless you have...
Yeah, so I'd mentioned the change in the bridge designs. We have the endurance and the speed round. So one thing that we're going to attempt this year for any parents, teachers, siblings that know how to use the bridge design software, you can compete along with your student. So in the same lab where Minecraft is installed, we have the bridge design software installed. And after the bridge design endurance round starts this morning for the high school, we will make their scenario available in room 2241 if anybody wants to design along and see if you can beat your student who is also competing. So we're not going to make the speed one available just because there won't be enough time to do it. But then in the afternoon, once the middle school starts their design, we'll also make that round one design available so that you can at least, we're not going to give any awards for it, but you can at least get bragging rights on your student if you're able to get a lower score than they have. We want you all to be comfortable, happy, so at the end of the day we'll have you fill out a survey. So if something's happening, you have a question about something, find somebody in a black shirt, we'll get an answer for you. Don't wait till the end of the day to complain about something if it's something that we can easily fix. So we want everybody to have a good time and go home happy. So what I want, if there's no major questions, any major questions that you think might be on somebody's mind, everybody's mind that I didn't cover? Major questions?
Nobody even wants to know what's for lunch? That's important, right?
What's for lunch?
It's a box lunch of sandwiches. I know sandwiches.
So right now, if you're in middle school, you're going to stay where you are, and I'm going to go over the BALSA testing rules. Parents, chaperones, you can stick around too if you want. High school, hand your phone to your parents if they're sticking around. If not, head up to room 2121. Dr. Michelson and the volunteers are heading there now to get started on the high school bridge design contest. So the judges will review those rules once you get upstairs. So everybody at noon needs to be back in this room for the WVU Steel Bridge presentation.
High schoolers want to follow us.
Bridge build aspect of the contest. So you should have already done the hard part, which is building your bridge and bringing your bridge here. And I just realized I forgot to put Michael's picture in here. So we have our judges. So Jeff Huffman here, he is the man in charge. He's the head judge. He has years of experience. We've only done the balsa part 2 years. What? Pressure. Yeah, so he gets all the pressure. So he's a faculty member in civil engineering here at Marshall University. We also have an assistant judge who's not in here, is Brian Dickman. He's an assistant professor of civil engineering from WVU Tech, so he came over to help us. We have Michael Adello, see you're here, so I don't need a picture of you. So he's also an assistant judge. He's an ITS assistant engineer for the RahallTransportation Institute. And then Patrick Quinlan, who's down there getting set up. He is our engineering lab technician here at Marshall. So you have some very skilled judges. They won't make any mistakes today. So the schedule, we have this posted a few places. When you go down to the testing room, you'll notice we have 2 tables set up. Since we only have 11 teams in the middle school, we're only going to be using table 1. And we have maybe 12 chairs set up. If you want to go down there and sit and watch, there's chairs on the rack. You can pull additional chairs out if you want to sit down and want a seat. This is what we're going to go through. So starting at 9:40, 7 salamanders, and these are in alphabetical order. So we have 10 minutes between each team. And so the judges will put your bridge on the table, start loading it with sand, and we're going to be loading it till failure. So they have failure. So the explosion. So we're going to be recording, and hopefully we'll capture the bridges breaking. But if not, if you want to be doing your own recording and things like that, you'll at least know when your student's going, and the judges will kind of try to call out maybe whenever it's getting close so that you can be ready with your cameras and things like that. So we don't want you to show up right at your testing time, so you need to go pick up your bridge from the check-in room and be there a few minutes before, at least 5 minutes before your scheduled testing time, just in case we're ahead of schedule or something like that. Anything else you want to say about that aspect? So with 10 minutes each, Zaxxon should be going at 11:20, and we finish by 11:30. So 11:30, then you'll go pick up your lunch, your box lunch, and come back in here for
They are
consuming.
like go up top on the
Yes.
balcony.
So in that room, we have the chairs set up downstairs, but there's stairs to go upstairs, and so there's viewing down on the tables from upstairs. The only thing we ask, the railing up there, it's been secured, but just don't lean on the railing. So if you go up there, don't lean on the railing, and that will make Professor Huffman a lot less nervous. I don't need the high school schedule now. So we are doing, actually, aesthetics judging for your bridges has already occurred. It's getting ready to occur in a few seconds. So before you break, because we need to do that judging before your bridge breaks into a whole bunch of pieces. So they're going to be evaluating the quality of construction and the resemblance to a truss bridge, and we're going to award just a single prize for the most aesthetic bridge in the high school division and in the middle school division. So we'll have 2 prizes for that. Then the performance judging, so they've already weighed your bridges, then they're going to be load testing them, seeing how many pounds of sand they will hold before they break, and then we're going to use that to calculate a strength to weight ratio. So the bridges, we're going to rank the bridges for their strength to weight ratio. We're going to recognize the top 3 places in the award ceremony, and then everybody else will get a 4th through 11th place prize, but it will be a uniform dollar amount. I think it's $50 per person for the kind of the participation, and then I think it's 100 for 3rd, 150 for 2nd place, and 100 for 1st place, and that's per person on the team. Sorry if you only have one person on your team, you don't get both amounts. Let's see. So the load testing procedure, again, go pick up your bridge prior to your scheduled loading time, be at the load testing area at your designated time. Then the judges will take over from there. They're going to secure it to the table, and they're going to actually do the loading so you can stand back and watch. If you want the remnants, so we ask that after you're finished testing your bridge, you take the pieces that remain or the pieces that you can get together and at least take them back in and put them in your spot as kind of the post visual. If anybody wants to walk through and see how bad the damage was. And then if you want to take them with you, then you can pick them up after 3 o'clock before you head to the awards ceremony. Again, so this will be your time outside of your balsa testing window. This will be your time to do the extra activities. So if you want to do the scavenger hunt, the concrete bowling, get some fresh air, go up and use Minecraft, or just hang out. There's plenty of things for you to do in your downtime before you pick up your lunch at 11:30. So any questions? Anything you want to add? All right. Well, good luck.
All right, who's first on the list?
Here's another gallery debut on watercolors.
Everybody jumps. Everybody jumps. Oh, yeah. Good shit.
Spring is in the air, and so is Real Jazz. Sirius XM.
my baby left me. She said she had to go. Last night my baby left me. She took me right down to the floor. She packed her bags and sat them right beside the door. Last night my baby said I love you, and it's with you I want to stay. Hey, 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 last night my baby said I love you, and I am with you come what may. I don't know which way she's going, but I will be there either way. You choose them, you leave them, you love them, you leave them, you chase them, you bet them, you crave them and you wear them, you want them, you hate them, you can never forget them, they cost you so. Yes, I am. I sitting there. But last night I started drinking until I could not find my way. Oh, last night I started drinking because I had a messed up day. My baby took my car keys, that's all I've got to say. Last night I left my baby, I couldn't take this no more. Whoa, last night I left my baby, I finally headed for the door. But then I heard her say, I'm sorry, I won't do those things no more. You choose them, you leave them, you love them, you need them, you chase them, you bet them, you crave them and you wear them, you want them, you hate them, you can never forget them, they cost you so dearly, and some may regret them, you trust them, you burn them, you bet them.
So you guys want to
Skip back just a little bit, yeah.
I want something to pop into your eyes, that kind of thing. Oh, you can see it kind of doing this way a little bit.
I'm glad we put two beside each other.
Take it back to your station in there and back to your place.
You sugar off that.
7.35 pounds. 5.6 pounds. 5.6.
We play the music musicians listen to. Real jazz. Sirius XM.
This is Tony Bennett, and from the George Washington University, welcome to American Jazz with Dick Golden. We are seen around New York in the finest stay-up-late cafes. I am on the town with you these days. That's the way it stands. Just a fellow and a girl. We have had a little whirl, and our feet have left the ground a bit. We played around a bit. That's the way it stands. For we are strictly good time Charlies who like to drink and dance around.
little bit. It really hasn't changed since we saw the first one. You never know, it's just there. How much are we at right now? They're about 3.5 pounds a piece. Plus the buckets too. Ooh. How do you feel? How the sound? Whoa! Well. That was a nice catastrophic failure. We like the element. That was really fun to look at. Wow. Thank you.
The caddy, but if I do, I don't follow through. My heart belongs to Daddy. If I invite a boy some night to dine on my fine fin and hay, I just adore him asking for more, but my heart belongs to Daddy. Yes, my heart belongs to Daddy, so I simply couldn't be bad. I'm gonna marry my daddy. So I want to warn you, laddies, though I think you're perfectly swell, that my heart belongs to Daddy. but my heart belongs to Dada. Yes, my heart belongs to Daddy. So I simply couldn't be bad. I'm gonna marry my daddy. So I want to warn you, laddie, though I think you're perfectly swell, that my heart belongs to daddy, 'cause my daddy treats it. You see, my daddy treats it. He treats it, and then he repeats it. My daddy treats it so well. Oh, my daddy treats it so
Marvelous tribute to Eartha Kitt from Renee Marie. Cole Porter's My Heart Belongs to Daddy. And here on American Jazz, we take a moment to remember a great big band pioneer, Woodrow Charles Herman, Woody Herman, who was born on May 16th, 1913 in Milwaukee. And this particular memory was from a night in his life that occurred back in 1982, September of 1982. Woody Herman with his friend on saxophone, Stan Getz. This is The Dolphin.
The inimitable Stanley Getz.
At the Concord Jazz Festival in 1981 with his friend Woody Herman. Woody, born in Milwaukee on May 16, 1913, and when he came into contact with Carl Jefferson at Concord Records toward the end of Woody Herman's professional life, it really was a wonderful meeting of minds, because Carl Jefferson just loved Woody Herman and gave him a lot of freedom in the recording studio. One of the things they wanted to accomplish was an album with Rosemary Clooney and the Woody Herman Orchestra.
I never cared much for moonlit skies. I never winked back at fireflies. But now that the stars are in your eyes, I'm beginning to see the light. I never went in for afterglow or candlelight on the mistletoe. But now when you turn the lamp down low, I'm beginning to see the light. I used to ramble through the park, shadow boxing in the dark. Then you came and caused a spark. That's a four-alarm fire now. I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light. Used to ramble through the park, shadow boxing in the dark. Then you came and caused a spark. That's a four-alarm fire now. I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light. I'm beginning to see the light. I'm beginning to see the light. I see the
Woody Herman Orchestra. Rosemary Clooney, 1983. Woody Herman loved Edward Kennedy, Duke Ellington. That's an understatement. That was evidenced by Woody's appearance on Desert Island on the BBC in 1985, and Duke Ellington very much on his mind when he selected his 8 favorite records.
These particular records, most of them are records I've listened to, and listened to more than once over a long period of years. And so I find that if I had to be all by myself with only this music, it would be okay with me.
What's the first one you've chosen?
First one is a Duke Ellington piece called Warm Valley.
What's special about this one?
Well, it features, for instance, Johnny Hodges on alto saxophone, and he's been a great source of lovely music as far as I'm concerned. When I play the alto saxophone, I sort of emulate Johnny, not nearly as well, but that's what I do.
October 1940, Johnny Hodges on saxophone, the Duke Ellington Orchestra in Warm Valley, one of the tunes that Woody Herman selected for his desert island excursion on the BBC. And I remember in an interview Ralph Gleason did with Count Basie, he said that was his favorite Duke Ellington recording, Warm Valley, remembering Woody Herman, who was born on May 16th, 1913.
Woodrow Charles Herman, Woody, whereabouts in the United States were you born?
I was born in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
How far back do your American roots go?
My grandfather on my father's side was second-generation American of German extraction, and my mother was born in Poland of Polish parents.
Your parents were vaudeville artists?
No, my father was a frustrated kind of singing person, and he worked with me from the time I remember seeing him as a baby, actually, and he encouraged me to sing, and then later on he had me study dancing. So I became a song and dance kid, and I did my first road tour when I was 8 years old.
Where did you go? Far afield?
I went all over the country, traveled with actually a children's group of performers, professionals in vaudeville.
Yes.
And one of the projects was a thing called School Days.
Oh, is that the great Gus Edwards sketch?
Yes, right. And I was one of the kids in that, and then later on I went on to my own.
Did you play an instrument at that time?
No, but after the first year of traveling with this unit, with whatever I earned, I bought a saxophone and then later on a clarinet.
When did you change from vaudeville to music? Was that a conscious decision, or did it just happen?
No, it just didn't happen. When I entered high school, I guess my first year in high school, I was about 13. And this is about the time that I started to find very few records. Records were hard to come by back in those years, and I found some early Red Nichols and some Dixieland 5-group jazz records. And then I heard a band from Washington, D.C., and the man's name was Duke Ellington. And sometimes it was used on recordings and called the Jungle Band. And other times it was Duke Ellington and his orchestra, which was an 8-piece group out of Washington, D.C. And I was very much impressed by the originality of the sounds and the different rhythm patterns. And that's when I made up my mind to become a hot jazz musician.
Yes.
And I think when I first announced this to my parents, they went into a state of shock for days because they felt that in the theater you had a fighting chance to be something, but not a jazz musician. So I lived with this for a little while, but we were a very close little family. As a matter of fact, I was an only child. And so they gave me a lot of rein to let myself do what I wanted to do.
Did you have a band in high school?
I worked in bands when I was in high school, but we didn't have bands in high schools at this point in my life. I attended a parochial high school that we just couldn't afford a band. But I had some very good teachers and advisors. There was one nun who helped me tremendously because I was playing gigs around the area and playing till 2 in the morning, and my first class was at 8 a.m., and for a teenager, that's very difficult.
And cutting it a bit fine.
And so I used to nod off and start to go to sleep in class, and of course I'd be in the principal's office about at least once a day. It all worked out.
Let's have your second record. What's that to be?
This is a rather early tune written by Ellington, very early as a matter of fact. However, this version is not that early, and it's a good one. It's called Rockin' in Rhythm.
October 1957, Ella Fitzgerald, the Duke Ellington Orchestra, Cat Anderson hitting those amazing notes on the trumpet section, and remembering Woody Herman, born in May of 1913, with first of all with recording he made with Stan Getz of the Dolphin, then Woody Herman's orchestra with Rosemary Clooney, and then Woody selecting a couple of Duke Ellington tunes on Desert Island on the BBC. Duke Ellington, Johnny Hodges, and Warm Valley, and that particular Duke Ellington composition, Rocking in Rhythm, and heard here as a part of American Jazz from the George Washington University, a program heard on Sirius XM Satellite Radio's Real Jazz, and at Jazz 88.3 WBGO. Louis Armstrong.
every night. What I say we baby, got money, but it didn't work. Done no, oh done no, well done be.
1931, Louis Armstrong and Dinah, as in Dinah Washington. Some Jerome Kern music from Dinah. 1956, Quincy Jones conducting the orchestra.
And when I told them how wonderful you are, they didn't believe me. No, they didn't believe me. Your lips, your eyes, your curly hair, they're in a class beyond compare. You're the loveliest thing I've ever seen. Oh, and when I tell them, I'm certainly going to tell them that I'm the girl whose boy one day I hope you'll be. They'll never believe me, no, they'll never believe me, that from this great big world you have chosen me.
Sunderland.
Dinah Washington on our American Jazz program from George Washington University. Back in 1987, Gentleman Benny Carter, gathered a group of musicians, artists around him, including Joe Wilder and Scott Hamilton, Ed Bickard, Gene Harris, John Clayton and Jimmy Smith, Mr. Carter on alto saxophone, and Idaho. A Gentleman and His Music, the CD on Concord Jazz. Benny Carter with Joe Wilder, Scott Hamilton, Ed Bickert, Gene Harris, John Clayton, and Jimmy Smith, and heard here on American Jazz from the George Washington University here at Sirius XM Satellite Radio on Real Jazz and WBGO 88.3 in Newark, New Jersey. And produced in association with Exploring the Arts, Tony Bennett's Foundation for Education in the Arts, the Duke Ellington School of the Arts in D.C., the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts, as we mentioned, Real Jazz, at Sirius XM Satellite Radio and at WBGO. And if you have questions or comments on American Jazz, you can email me directly at rmgolden@gwu.edu. And we heard from Benny Carter, A Gentleman and His Music, CD. Carmen McRae has this marvelous story of how just about everyone who encountered Benny Carter felt about him and his music. Carmen talks about Gentleman Benny Carter.
There isn't a finer guy than Benny Carter, a gentleman of action and poise. He feels the finest kind of love for all his fellow men, and every day, in every way, displays that love again. How could a song do right by Benny Carter? A man.
What was the YouTube site you go to see it?
RahallTransportation.
RahallTransportation?
Yeah, it's one word.
Okay.
Yeah. In future years, though.
What's it captivate?
Yes.
I thought they finished at 11, so that's what I knew earlier.
Well, I think that was just like prayers. They were waiting for stuff.
Yours did not go off all night.
Are they going to post the leaderboard up anymore?
Yeah, I think so. Let me ask them upstairs.
Well, no, it's okay. You don't have to run upstairs. I'll just,
It's fine, it's fine.
no, don't run upstairs. It's not that big a deal. They should be coming down pretty soon, shouldn't they?
Let me just ask them. No, it's fine.
No,
it's
no,
fine.
don't. I don't want you going upstairs.
It's fine. I have to go because I asked you.
Then you have to come back down, so don't,
No, it's
don't
fine.
do it on my part.
Yeah, okay.
Thing.
You want
And you still
anything
have the
else?
box?
Ten seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, pencils down, hands up, wave them in the air. Y'all know the drill, right? All right, that's it. That's it for the high school design competition. I hope you had fun. We had some looks of intensity on y'all's faces during that speed round. All right. Everybody was in the zone, let me tell you. All right. So everybody's aware of the schedule and housekeeping. From what I understand, they've got lunch ready downstairs in the atrium. So if you all want to go down and grab your boxed lunch and then go to the lounge area, I'm sure WVU, if they're not already here, they're getting here and getting ready for their bridge presentation. And that's all we got. So everybody, good luck on the balsa competition today as well. And don't forget your phones. In the zone?
Yeah. It's like, do it now. Make all of the adjustments.
All right. Let's get to judging.
Do the same thing.
Same thing, yep.
This time we're not reloading anything. Oh,
No, well, we can.
we'll load up the middle school.
Let's go ahead. Yeah, let's do the middle school, yeah. Yeah. We can come back and do that later.
Alrighty. You ready?
Let me know when you got a team.
Alright, we got Builder's Hut.
Yep.
260.
Okay. All right.
No.
We can't be doing that.
No.
We're not streaming this, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. That's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
I'm trying to go and charge this. I need somewhere quiet.
Well, whose is that? Is that yours?
Mine, yeah.
Okay. All right.
B for roast beef, and B for veggie.
see. Next will be the presentation, the WVU presentation in there. So if you just want to take your stuff in there, I'd say camp out in that front row in about that same spot.
Yeah, and I need to charge this.
Okay. You still have the portable charger?
Yeah,
You can get it.
it's over there.
I can get it. Is it on the table in the labs?
Yeah.
I'll bring it down so you can get your seat and start eating.
What they really should do is, yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, we're still going. That's gonna be like, yeah, why don't we show up and they're like, oh, hey, where's your fridge?
Just assemble it, kind of like tire marks all over, like,
we tried to loop this in the train.
My dad's old bank that he worked at was right next to the oil refinery, so technically the tanker truck, the guy passed out coming down the road, and he swerved in, and he went right through the thing. They took the vault that they had, which wasn't a massive one, it was a small safe, basically. But I think they said the safe weighed 7,000 or 8,000 pounds. So a large safe. A large. It's more like a large safe. Small. Compared to the small safe. Compared to the size of the truck. It's still the same as something stored in your house. Oh, yes. No,
that we brought with us today.
My name is Tyler Rockhill. I'm a graduate student, and I was a builder last year.
I'm Mike DeYoung. I've been on the team for 4 years now, and I'm just a team member.
I'm Daniel Boyles. I'm a junior. I've been on the team for 2 years now.
I'm John Malone. I've been on the bridge team for 2 years now.
So if you guys have any questions, feel free to stop and ask us. If you have questions after we present, just nab one of the people in these spiffy shirts. So the general idea of steel bridge competition is we're given a set of rules. It's pretty extensive, and the bridge has to hold 2,600 pounds and typically span a 20-foot gap. Now, for our friends down here in Marshall, in case you don't know how much 2,600 pounds is, it's the weight of a full-grown American buffalo. So, you'll see this in a little bit. This is our general layout for our competition. The river is 7 feet wide and we cannot cross it. There are 2 7-foot construction zones on either side and 2 transportation zones, which we have to take the members from our staging yards on either side to the construction zone.
So some of the problems that we had this year that we didn't experience last year, no part of the bridge shall extend away from the river beyond the limits of the construction zone. This means we had 21 feet that our bridge could fit in. However, I think somebody forgot to check that rule, and when we first did our build, our first mock-up of the bridge actually came out to be 22 feet long.
Details, minor details.
Just something that we needed to correct. Then what was the next goal?
Well, actually, if you remember last year, if we have any veterans of this competition, last year we swung our bridge across the boundary zone into the other footer. We couldn't do that this year because they said it was unsafe.
Yeah,
argument.
Yep. And then the other major rule that we forgot to check until the night before we left to go to Virginia Beach for the competition was above our footers that we have, and we'll show you those here in a minute, here in a little while. We weren't allowed having anything that anything that was below 18 inches. So we could have pieces that were down below 18 inches over top of the footings, but once we got outside of our footings, we could not have any pieces below the 18-inch level, which ended up meaning that we took the K-frames that we had for our legs that helped give us support on our legs. We ended up having to cut them short and weld new pieces and brackets onto the bridge the night before we left.
So picture this, right? It's like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock the night before we head out. You know, we're just looking over things, and our old captain came in to check stuff out, and he's like, "Hey guys, you can't do that." Which actually meant if we did do that at the competition, we would have been disqualified on the spot. So it's a good thing he stopped by. So the first step in designing this bridge is to create a wireframe design, which looks something like this. This was done in AutoCAD. How many of you guys have worked with AutoCAD? One? Oh, good job, Tyler. All right. So we did this in 3D, and we did the basic layout of our bridge. Our bridge looks like this mostly. And then the next thing we did was a detailed design of one of our members. This was done before September, I think?
Yeah, it was done in the middle of September.
Yeah. And then we did a detailed drawing of the entire bridge. Now, the big thing that we had to do, part of what a civil engineer does, is we had to use this program called RESA to model what kind of loads are on it. And I won't go into the nitty-gritty of this, but each of these is
and everything, we decided we're going to go into fabrication. We're actually do the hands-on work to actually build our bridge. We were fortunate enough, one of our sponsors, CEC, they were gracious enough to donate all of our steel to us, so that helped save us some time. So what you can see up here on the screens is us actually building the bridge, assembling the bridge to put it together. Up here in the top left is what our connections and stuff look like. In the center is myself and Tyler. We are actually machining our connections. We changed some things up this year to help save time. What we did to help eliminate some of the bolts that we had, because every piece has to be connected by a bolt. So what we did last year, every piece got connected with one bolt. So what we did for this year is we did these connections that are getting passed around, and it made it a lot simpler. All we had to do was slide the pieces together and then run one bolt. One bolt connects 4 pieces of our bridge in one spot. We took it down from, what was it, 77, 78 bolts last year to 26 bolts for this year.
Alright, so for construction practice, like part of our competition involves how quickly you can build the bridge or how quickly you can put it together. So obviously to get better at doing something you got to practice it. So that's what we do after we're done construction. So we design it, we fabricate it, now it's time to do practice. So we'll set up a staging area. This time it was in one of our shell buildings up at the university, and we tape up the layout just like what you'll see in the next room. And then we just start practicing. We come up with new ideas, we walk through it, we find ways that will work, ways that will make it faster, where everyone needs to stand. It gets to the point where we get so dedicated that we want to do something right, we will do it until the wee hours of the night under headlights. This was actually the night before we left because we have our rental cars out, we're having all of our headlights out, just so we can get that last benefit of practice right before we go for our competition.
So if you guys remember where we left off last year, the Virginia's conference was held at George Washington University. Just a quick little rundown for you guys that weren't here last year was this motion, what we just talked about, we're rotating the bridge around outside of the area, which worked last year, it was perfectly fine. But this year we can't do that. This is our bridge last year, holding the 2,600 pounds, which was really awesome for us because we hadn't been able to do that before. And we won first place last year as well, which was really cool. So, where did we go after that? We went to the national competition at BYU, which is in Provo, Utah.
So we decided, since we were driving out from Morgantown out to Provo, well, we're going to be passing quite a few interesting things. So we stopped at the Gateway Arch last year. For some of my fellow colleagues, they were a little scared because they're scared of heights. They're just big babies, that's all. So, but for the most part, we had an awesome time on the trip out. I would not recommend driving all the way out there to Utah. It takes a rather long time. Some of the other sites that we got to see, this was from one of the mountains. We got out there a day early, so we decided, hey, let's go explore, do a little bit of exploring. 4 of us went golfing out there. It was rather fun, but these are some of the pictures that we actually got to take while we were out there in Utah. Next slide, right? Here we are getting ready to go into Utah, so we decided, all right, well, let's stop and break out the Mountaineer flag. Now, Robbie has an interesting story about this. For some odd reason, we decided we're going to stop at Walmart. And I was a little tired, so I happened to see a wheelchair sitting right there, so I sat down in it. Next thing you know, Robbie comes up, and he just starts pushing me around Walmart's parking lot.
Okay, so we're college students, we're all between the ages of 18 and 22-ish. Lee, how old are you?
I am 31 years old. I went after high school, I went and did 7 years on active duty in the United States Army. So I'm just now catching up to as far as my college education goes. So but I will say this much: as being the oldest member, when somebody needs help, I'm the first one they call.
I mean, he's been around for so long, he has to be good at something, right?
Yeah, funny.
Now we will pass it over to another story.
Go ahead, stand up, Mike, stand up. So
on our free day when we were going out exploring the area, I learned that the 15-passenger van that I was driving was not four-wheel drive, and it did not like the snow of the Rocky Mountains in the middle of summer.
Would I recommend not doing this?
And it made it up further than some lifted Jeeps did on this off-road trail. So you got to give it some credit. But it did not like the massive snowbanks across the roads.
It did make it back in one piece, though.
Yeah.
Yes.
It came all the way back down, though. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. Some people didn't.
So, out there at the competition, we got to see a lot of really cool things that a lot of other top-notch schools are doing. Which bridge is this, Lee?
That is no, that's not Cal Berkeley's. That's the French Canadian school. This is the actual winning bridge from last year.
So, quick little story about that too. This is the American Society of Civil Engineers, and a school from Canada won it. They actually won canoe too, so I guess the Canadians really knew what they were doing. This bridge was University of Wisconsin in Plattsville.
Yes.
This bridge was built in under 3 minutes. Yeah, we were impressed.
16 bolts.
16 bolts in the entire bridge, which is what we tried to mimic a little bit, which is part of the thing that's really cool about going to nationals, is we get to see what all these other top-notch schools are doing. This was UCal Berkeley's bridge. Again, you might see some similarities between this bridge and our bridge. We really liked it too. And these connections are one of the things that inspired us to do the connections that were passed around today. It was just a really quick way to assemble your bridge.
Yeah, here you can see some of our pictures. The day before the competition's usually held over Friday and Saturday. The Friday is a display day. Every team assembles their bridge, puts it all together, and then the judges come around, they score it, they look at whether it's painted, whether or not how your poster looks, what design aspects, if you followed the rules as far as the designs go, things like that. So some of these pictures are of us actually at the presentation day. And the ones down in the bottom left and top right are us actually at the Nationals competition building our bridge.
Okay, so this year our regional competition was in Old Dominion University, which is in Norfolk, Virginia. The competition this year had a few rule changes which we had to accommodate, but overall this year we had 13 teams? 13 total teams that competed in the steel bridge competition, and of those 13 teams, five of them actually got and passed on to the loading section, which to get onto the loading section, you have to qualify in construction time and lateral sway. If you do not pass that, you don't get to go on to loading. If you don't go on to loading, you don't get to pass. So we were one of the 5 universities, and we were actually able to build our bridge in 12 minutes, 5 seconds, before penalties, and beat out Virginia Tech by a matter of $1 million to take first place overall.
Another interesting fact, of the 5 schools that actually passed all the loading, one was from, 2 of them actually were from the state of Virginia, although we kind of count George Mason as a DC school. 3 of them were from West Virginia. So our bridge passed loading, Marshall's bridge passed loading, and so did Bluefield's. So we're taking a lot of pride in the fact that we can go represent West Virginia at a national competition.
So the way that the competition works is the first thing you have to do is set up how you're going to build your bridge in the loading area. This is done to optimize how quick you can take the pieces from the staging area to actually building it. Another little rule that's kind of annoying is all of your nuts and bolts can't be touching. None of your members can touch, none of your tools can touch. So all these nuts and bolts that you're going to see set up have to be specifically set up so they're not touching. You can't just throw them on the ground. The next thing that happens is all of your pieces have to fit into a 3-foot by 4-inch by 6-inch box. Nothing can exceed that, and if it does, you're not allowed to use the piece. Then actual building, which you guys will get to see in a little bit. I just like this picture because if you look at the guy that's holding the bridge, he's like hulking out right here because he's holding the entirety of the bridge, basically. More of us building, once it's finally crossed the river, we have to attach it to our 2 pieces. Once we call time, there are certain regulations about it has to be these dimensions. So if you see what this woman is doing in this picture, she's running a board that's a certain height across the bridge, across the bottom of it, and if that piece of wood touches the bridge, it's a penalty.
Once they get done doing the testing, we move on to weigh the bridge. Our bridge this year weighed 261 pounds, which we were trying to cut a little bit of weight down from last year, which we did. We cut about 30 pounds off of the bridge from last year. Next slide. Once we weighed the bridge, we go into the lateral sway test, which we were fortunate enough, we got through that with very little difficulty at all. Basically what you see here is we hook 50 pounds of weight up to the bridge, and we lower that down, and they have a plumb bob that will, as they apply the weight, it actually pulls the bridge to one side. And we had half an inch, no.
That was the maximum.
Yeah, maximum was a half an inch lateral sway. If we would have went over a half an inch, we would have been disqualified right there on the spot. Once we got done with that, then we started doing the loading. And we actually, to make sure that our connections passed would hold up to the loading, we actually took one of our connections and tested it in one of our loading machines up at WVU. Our connections this year went 3,726 pounds before it finally deformed to what you see here. Now, I was surprised. We had only tested, we had only designed our connections to hold 2,500 or 2,600 pounds. But whenever we finally went through it, we got the results. It was over 3,700 pounds in one connection. So we were extremely confident in our connections after that.
So at the end, after we finally finished testing, we kind of wiped the sweat off our brows from an aggravating, slow loading process. We decided to get a nice big team picture. So this is all the team that went with us, that helped fabricate, helped design, plan, and the whole process at Steel Bridge. This is the team that went with us and helped us do it.
Correction, there is one person missing. There's 2 people missing, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
The president of ASCE, Caitlin Kosar, and one of our team members, Mike Maciosi, he was in another competition during that time, so we'll just throw him in there.
And that guy's from Old Dominion.
Yes. So some of the awards that we got, we took first overall in construction speed. We could basically build our bridge in 2 times in the time it took Virginia Tech to build their bridge. Another award that we won was construction efficiency. What they do is they take our build time plus penalties and they multiply it times the number of builders that we use, and they come up with a construction construction efficiency speed number, and that also goes towards part of our overall number. And this is us getting our first place overall trophy. So I don't know why Andrew's so happy in that picture. He never smiles in any of the other pictures. And then here we are at the beach. Now this is the entire team. And we actually have Bluefield State's little concrete bowling trophy because they decided they weren't going to go to the award ceremony. Or West Virginia Tech, I'm sorry. West Virginia Tech.
So, the question is, what is this group of studly men and women doing this year? We actually get to go across the nation again to Corvallis, Oregon. So, Oregon State. So you might be like, huh, that's pretty far to drive. Are we doing that again?
No, we are not driving again. We are actually flying out. We leave the 24th, the 24th at 5:40 a.m. from Pittsburgh, and we'll be out there until the 28th, and then we're flying back on the 28th as well. We learned our lesson from driving. Plus, we didn't want to take another 15-passenger van and take it up a mountain.
Yeah,
I kind of want to do.
So, what are some of the things you're going to see today? Our goal, build time, we actually got a little more confident. We're going to say we can do it in 15 minutes. And what we would like from some of you guys is some volunteers to be some judges for us. Now, what that means is you're going to look for us to step out of bounds. If we step on the tape, I want you guys to yell penalty. If we step in the river, or if something touches the river, I want you guys to yell penalty. If we drop something, a member, a part of the bridge, a tool, a nut, a bolt, I want you guys to yell penalty. And if the bridge leaves the designated footer areas, I want you guys to yell penalty. Now, I need 4 volunteers. Raise them high.
1, 2, 3, and 4. There we go. We got 4 volunteers.
Okay.
So whenever we get ready to go over there, if you 4 volunteers will come up here with us. We got some equipment for you that we would like you guys to wear. Other than that, what else is next there, Robbie?
We aren't shy. We'll say, hey, our sponsors are awesome. You guys should totally check them out. They're really great. They're really good at giving us money.
Or supplies.
Or supplies.
Like I said, CEC, over the last 2 years, they've donated well over $7,000 worth of steel to us. All we got to do, if we need steel, all we do is call them up, hey, we need this. All right, come back in a week and it's here.
So do you guys have any questions? What's up?
Like, when you had the picture of your bridge, why does it go, you got like the 2 standing up things, why does the part of the bridge go over and the other one doesn't?
That is what they call a cantilever style bridge. It's actually one of the more popular designs. We could have had where our legs are completely at the end, but as soon as we've done that, according to our mission statement that we got in our rules, if we would have had those like that, we're basically building a model bridge that would practically go up somewhere. So we could put this bridge across a river, say. And on the other side of the river that we build our bridge is actually there's actual like sewer lines, power lines, stuff like that. If we would have had our legs at the end of our bridge, they would have added $150,000 onto the cost of our bridge to build it. So what we did so we didn't have that $150,000, we made a cantilever style bridge where they wouldn't have to, if they would build our bridge, they would not actually have to move all those existing utility lines and stuff like that. They could actually leave them there and the bridge would still get built and it would still serve the same purpose. Okay. Any other questions?
Good question.
Why did you guys decide to go to college and study engineering?
Well, I can answer that. In the Army, they taught me how to blow up and demolish bridges, so I figured I wanted to see if I could learn how to build one. So,
my dad graduated from Fairmont State with a civil engineering degree, so he always kind of pushed me towards it a little bit. And I don't know about you guys, but I loved playing with Legos. Loved it. So I'm like, I think I'll do that for a living.
My grandfather's an engineer. He had 3 sons. One of them was my dad, and you could never get any one of them to be civil engineers. So he had to try and sway me into being one. So he was able to get the better of me and push me into the civil engineering program. But ever since then, once you start getting into your classes, if you're really hands-on, you like seeing things be built, and you like making an influence on society, civil engineering is the way to go. It really is.
Maybe you guys want to answer that.
Bit of the Lego thing as well, and I switched majors.
Stealing my thunder.
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Any other questions?
When you said there was that, there had to be a bolt went through
Every place that there was a connection where two of our pieces come together, we were supposed to have a bolt. And
pieces you have around, was that considered a bolt?
no, all those were just connections to help hold the piece into place until we could get the bolt into our piece. Yeah, well,
All this again over there. Long story short,
Just the smaller connections there.
Hey,
got
John's
like our
version of
machine.
things. Here, Robbie, I got you over here.
Right.
Yeah, I got you over here.
Basically
what we did,
we'll have our industrial department is
like that.
getting
We have
those
a lower
machines.
piece
So next year we'll be
that's
able to
connected like that. So
When we
what
got
we did
the
was,
Mac,
in order
they
to
didn't
get
follow any of
these,
the
all
tolerances
these
that
pieces connected, using
So
those
we
connections that we did, they just slide
finished
together.
and cut
And all we did was we ran a piece of metal together like this. And that one bolt made it get close to that extra, actually just caused us to give us
very little
to satisfy the rule that every piece
with what we did.
so that's helped us save a lot of time. Last year,
So these are our members. So we have our top rail and we have our bottom rail. And that's the entire length of the bridge. So the way we were able to get around with having a bolt in every member is we have all 4 of these members connected at a single point.
This helps
Rather than connected at a single point, you put a bolt through it, you have a bolt through those 4 members. And that's all connected by a single
Now,
point.
instead of just having 2 pieces connected with 1 bolt, we've got 4 pieces connected.
Starts in here. We ran a blade and milled all that down to make it fit inside.
Good to go?
Yeah.
All right. I like these questions. What else we got? All right. So I have a question for you guys then. How many dinosaurs do you see in this presentation?
Now we got
10 or 11?
No, we're Western.
Okay.
how many? There's 2. She said she saw 2.
2. Any other?
2 dinosaurs. We hid dinosaurs in the presentation.
All right.
5. How many
saw 8?
were there, Robbie?
He saw 8.
I saw 8.
I'll tell you what, we'll go through and count how many there were.
This is fun. I got all of them this time. Did you get all of them? Yeah, I got 8 again.
Okay.
Boom.
On the foot. On the foot in the center pin.
I did not see that.
So let's keep count. How many is that? 1.
You missed it. You missed your own dinosaur.
I'm sorry.
No.
All right, one further.
Yeah.
You sure, guys?
It was in the bottom left. Slow down. It's on the George Washington slide.
It's on the Washington slide,
Right there.
Robbie.
Right there.
There, in the
Bottom
corner.
left.
In the corner.
2.
3.
Look on the orange bucket.
Yeah, Robbie, you're the one that made this PowerPoint.
Listen, I did really good at hiding them.
Really well.
Oh. I'm an engineer. I don't English good.
I was an engineer too. I still speak.
You got me. You got me.
Your girlfriend's name.
Yeah.
Well, last year, the reason we went with dinosaurs this year to hide, last year we did buffaloes in the presentation. This year, the reason we hit dinosaurs was last year on the way down here, my personal vehicle decided it was going to blow up on the way down here. So Mike here, he bit the bullet for us to ride with the tow truck driver back to Morgantown. Well, the entire ride back from Morgantown, what was it, 2 hours, Mike?
Yeah, like 2.5.
About 2.5 hours. The tow truck driver's son talked Mike's ear off about dinosaurs the entire way back.
All the way back.
So
great.
we decided to let Mike have some fun with the dinosaurs.
Right. So how many is this, guys? 4. 4.
5. That's the one I saw. That's the only one I saw.
Yeah, that one.
How's that supposed to see?
Look in the top right picture where the right leg is. That's a dinosaur.
I didn't see that one. I found two.
Yeah, top right. Yeah, the presentation.
Robbie, it's in all of the slides.
No, it's only on this one.
There's another one on the back.
This is the same slide. It's the same slide.
Hey, Robbie. Hey.
There's a 9th.
I know.
Robbie.
Okay. Okay, we'll do a little bit speedier, so you guys better catch them this time.
There's one.
10. Oh, 11 down here.
I didn't catch that one. 12.
12.
Where?
On his pants.
Oh,
yeah.
13.
13, American Bridge.
Okay, so there were 13.
13 or
14. 14. Now we count.
Yeah, 10 now.
All right, now we're going to go do our build portion of it. If we could have the 4 volunteers come up here, please. Hurry up, you guys. Yeah.
I've only had maybe a small handful of friends who I would trust my life with. And this guest is one of them. And I think of him as a brother. I think of him as one of my greatest teachers. And it's funny because there's this kind of thing in jazz where you can't learn anything from anyone unless they're 70 plus. That's extremely wrong. And it helps to hold down the geniuses who are under 70. And as far as I'm concerned, this man is one of the greatest teachers, one of the greatest friends, one of the greatest brothers, one of the greatest composers, one of the greatest piano players, and just one of the greatest guys in the whole world. My friend, my brother, my teacher, Mr. Benny Green. Benny Green, ladies and gentlemen. Benny Green, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the show, Mean Green.
Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure to be here.
This is a trip to be interviewing like one of my closest friends in the whole world. Like I'm going to have to ask you like questions like how old were you when you started and where are you from and all that stuff. Now I know all that stuff, but for our listeners, tell them your background, where were you born and raised, and how old were you when you discovered the piano?
Beautiful. Well, I was born here in New York City, New York Hospital, Dr. Glass. April 4th, 1963. And my family migrated westward when I was quite young. So by the time I was 5, we had actually moved into the home which I ultimately grew up in Berkeley, California. So I lived in that home until I moved back to New York at the age of 19 in 1982. We got a piano in our home when I was 6, and we actually didn't have a lot of money, but my parents are from the generation that just to have a well-rounded household, you actually had a piano, just like reading books to your children.
Right.
So they didn't actually have aspirations for my older sister or I to play, but they wanted to be there just in case, or maybe someone would come over to the house who could play. Before we got the piano, though, I was hearing jazz. I was hearing my father's record collection. He was listening to Monk, Thelonious Monk album called Monk's Dream, and listening to Charlie Parker, some of the 1940s recordings like Scrabble from the Apple. And I loved the sound of the music, and I was really fascinated with it. So somehow it didn't